Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen. And through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera, the resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario where students of business can come and try out the theories that we pick up from the classrooms. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below-the-line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can... I set shop to do a magazine. And one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. They had, the last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it picked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it picked, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagine that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we are fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, "You guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you?" We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Kalombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. So we were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space, because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business, because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed or vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something, with a woman, with a man, you lose the ability to look at things objectively. From my world, I tell everybody, please try to be objective. Because when you are passionate, your eyes are completely blinded. You will never be objective. You can't pull back and say, this thing is flopping, can I leave it? We must accept the fact that business will collapse. If your passion is in there and it collapses, you are gone. You have one life. In a lifespan, you can run 10 different businesses. We've seen people who thought their biggest line is manufacturing. They end up becoming the best musicians. You can pivot, isn't it? So we should divorce from this idiocracy that passion must be my driver in anything I do.
I'd rather be more objective in everything we do. Wow, you are tuned to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, of course, with Mr. Kalombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Kalombo, we'll definitely answer it on the show, either in the comment section of the program. And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Yeah. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance,
yeah.
Our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales, so that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes.
The brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. Yeah. So much so that, assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists, in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like, being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is.
And yet here you are now talking
zero technology. And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. You know, it is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of that team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. And yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years. But the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. 2 is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
Moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the
From that break, my name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa and, of course, springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct. Mm-hmm. Some brands have had a lot of misses. Mm-hmm. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. Mm. So severally, they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they're all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side, they need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you are in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that, respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum. And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers, so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it.
Yes.
Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person, those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing, and it's been in Europe. There's a lot of publication about marketing and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, Southern countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you face as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. If we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection.
Yeah.
Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital. On JOMAG, and we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG, it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers. on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications, and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know, so you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly, and not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client, or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning. There must be a critical reason why you are losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supply or something like that. Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you. And that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well,
but change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives.
Yeah.
When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side. The girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets.
Yes.
It will hit you.
Yeah.
What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking.
Okay.
Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me.
Yeah.
Just remember that. If you die, it is you die.
Yes.
I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you're running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different. The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it. You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it? You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft, because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey. Also, it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
Even growth, growth itself.
It's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs. Yeah. But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it?
Yeah.
They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Yeah. Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail walking.
Well, that's the CEO Bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there, and that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO Bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, have you ever failed in your life in anything? We're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalombo. But has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed. But here I am, and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have had this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see, now after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road. We'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat. Your spare is not working. Your car is overheating. You find somebody has hit you from behind. You have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it? You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode. All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, if you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show, as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working, is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the Marketers' Night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do Marketers' Night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.siluganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up on Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
We can choose to teach what we teach differently. And for me, that's what I decided to do, even in the system that there were. When I was in Makere, my classes, I was very intentional on how I taught my classes. Yeah. I opted to be a facilitator as opposed to a lecturer. Yeah. 2, I allowed co-learning. We learn together. Yeah. I am not the epitome of knowledge. Yeah. If you have learned something and you think it's beneficial, let's share it. That's the second thing, that come to the realization that knowledge is not housed in one brain. Yeah. Knowledge is God is gracious. Yeah. Each one of us has a portion of knowledge about some of the things. When you trigger people to go and search, they will go. When you trigger people to sit back and depend on you, they will sit back. I'll say, trigger people to go and search. Wow. You will teach the same things, but the outcomes will be different. My final shot to those of us that are very passionate about education and want to change, when it is so painful with what you're doing, you'll do what I'm doing at Refactory. You'll choose to go against status quo. And I hope history will judge you fairly. When that time comes, I can say, yeah, I've trained about 300 people at Refactory. We've trained about, it's not only me, we've trained about 300 people at Refactory. We have about an average of about 70 to 83% placement. I can say I'm happy. I'm a very happy person because I know for a fact that the current placement rate for fresh university graduates is below 10%. So for me to be at 83%, yeah, I feel I can walk on the clouds, but I won't. There's still a lot of work to be done. Yeah. And so each one of us has an individual responsibility for those of us that are in the education space. Yeah. And hopefully, each one of us can then create that summative change that we need to see. Thank you.
At the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
You're asking yourself, critical thinking. Critical thinking. What do you think that means? Someone will say it's deep thinking. In Uganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? You will be saying, mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome, the intended outcome. So we all live our lives in such a way that we have visions. Those visions is what you call intended outcome. I intend it, and therefore I work towards achieving it. But in the process of achieving, I need specific actions that should produce the results. But in those actions, there are also stakeholders, different people along the way. So I intend to achieve X in this much time, but who are the involved parties? And how do I navigate to still achieve what I want to achieve, regardless of the forces that are against my working? So critical thinking is your ability to arrive at what you intended with minimal costs. That's all. Whether in marriage, whether at work, in your progress, in your career, whether even it comes to innovation, where you want to come up with solutions, you want to create, it requires you to think deeply. But now when you say think deeply, there's another question that comes to mind. How do you think deeply? Because when we were in school, the education system is not designed to teach us critical thinking. It's designed to teach us thinking about whatever the teacher wants you to think about. So if your subject is math, the teacher wants you to think about math. And if it's English, science, think about what I've told you, then give it back to me in the same measure I've given it to you. So don't add your thoughts. Give me the thoughts I've given you, give them back to me. If you're 100% copy-paste, then you are smart. Then you pass that class, move to the next class like that. By the time you get to campus or to Makerere University or to a university or college, what do you have? You have a mind that is not actually used to knowing how to think about what to think about. It only knows about thinking about what it's told to think about. Then in the end, you're given dissertation. All of a sudden, they're asking you to think for yourself. It's the most scary experience, thinking for yourself for the first time at that age. You only do that for once. I think it's about, you usually copy paste from Google, or you get some Macuba or some experts to do the work for you, then you pass. Then what happens? You now graduate from college, from university, and you're ready to go in the real world. And so the first thing they are looking for in a job interview, they say, we're looking for people who are what? They will say it, they'll say critical think in the box, but now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually told you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools? What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts, meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts, little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, second event, third event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this part relate to this part? If it's in a camera or a car, for example, which is also made up of parts, how does this car part relate with this other car part? That's how we learn to drive. You cannot operate a car unless you know the relationship between and. See, those are all parts. Now, teaching you how to drive is to teach you how to relate. The timing between the parts allows for the function of such a device to actually work. So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts. Number 3, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. In Uganda, otunulira obuntu, buli kintu kyonna kikolebwa obuntu obutundutundu. So otunulira obutundutundu bw'ekintu, n'otunulira n'enkolagana ey'obutundu, ekyokusatu, n'otunulira embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Embeera obutundu. A beautiful girl. You're in a taxi. She's beautiful. You could say, yeah, she's beautiful and move on. That's one event, it's a part. However, if you decide to stop the taxi man and say, stop there, and you walk back to meet the girl, hello, my name is so-and-so. That's a second part. Before you know it, you've created a third event. Then there's a situation. She's your girlfriend, but you're married. Oops. You're married, but you don't also have what? Embeera, financially. The environment is not conducive for you to add another part to your relationship that you already have with too many other parts. Your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife. Now you're adding another part, and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. Then my wife discovers that XY is happening. And perhaps part of the money we've been, as a family, comes from my wife. She has a better job than. Then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now our thief. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back. Look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, yes, after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, what do you intend? Mu Uganda kyekinyumenyo bagamba ogenderera ki? Kiki kyogenderera? So let's go back to our situation where you brought in a side friend into the relationship. So I would ask you, if that's the fifth dimension of intention, which is a verb, it's a doing word. The thought and action are related. So if you are seated in that taxi using critical thinking, the 5 tools, you know what you will say? What is my intention? Okwesanyusa oba mirembe mu maka gange. You see how that is different? So what if I bring in this woman, okwesanyusa, will it also add emirembe to me? If the answer is no, then ekigendererwa kyo si kyakwesanyusa but mirembe. Therefore, let the girl go. Continue in your taxi. That's a very simple situation that can turn ugly. And a lot of people's lives have become havoc to themselves simply because they didn't have tools to allow them to assess and achieve the intended outcome. Critical thinking, 5 parts, 5 dimensions. Can we repeat them? Number 1, look at the parts. Look at the relationship between the parts. Look at the environment or context within which the parts relate. Ask yourself, what if? Intention is basically your feeling. How do you feel? Because also feelings are feedback mechanism. And always remember, every time you think about the 5th dimension, think of this scary thought. What you make others feel is what you mean to them. Think about it critically.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsubuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen OBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective...
Successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid. So which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing.
Management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through things that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF, all of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create the visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of the mass funds. We've also not had any poor investments, because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to UBRA is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should UBRA's next 10 years focus on? I would say that UBRA's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But UBRA should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if we make very good regulations, we will have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years?
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake when I wake up in the morning, that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute are invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they are a customer because you ride a border, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, UBRA will find you wherever you are and will look after you, because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And UBRA works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we'd want to say congratulations again, UBRA. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of UBRA. You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Baker, the government of Uganda, who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day UBRA started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at UBRA, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
If I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's to the employer.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As we've been doing before, we discuss about the law and how it affects the different aspects of our life. But specifically for this edition, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected various aspects of our human rights. And for today's episode, we are having a discussion on labor and employment rights. As you all know, most of us are working, some of you have jobs or in any form of employment. But the advent of COVID-19 disrupted relations in the companies that we work in, the organizations that we work in. We saw people being laid off. We saw companies downsizing. We saw people being asked to work from home and lots of things that really changed the relations in the employment sector. And to help us unpack how COVID-19 has affected the right to employment and general labor rights in Uganda, we're delighted to have Ms. Lydia Bwite. Lydia is the programs manager at Platform for Labor Action. PLA, as we popularly call it, is an organization that works to protect and promote rights of workers in Uganda. Lydia, you're very welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
How have you been?
Thank you for having me. I've been okay. Yes, I've been okay.
COVID-19, your personal welfare?
COVID-19, I think it has had its share on myself, but also, of course, those that I work for. And overall, as we are going to, I will tell you their stories.
Yes.
Yes.
And in terms of your work as PLA, maybe you could actually tell us what you do before then you maybe tell us how you've been hit by this virus.
Oh, thank you so much. Platform for Labor Action, like you said, we are a non-government organization. We promote and protect the rights of vulnerable and marginalized workers in Uganda.
Okay.
And with that, we also have accreditation from Uganda Law Council to be able to give what we call legal aid.
Oh.
Yes, legal aid to workers, these vulnerable workers that we say we represent. And those vulnerable workers, ideally, these are workers that include children at risk or those in exploitative forms of work. We have those working in the informal sector, market vendors, street vendors, domestic workers. We have plantation workers. And then we have the low-income earners that earn from 600,000 and below. And those ones, of course, you look at the teachers, the cooks, the security guards, name it, all those fall within our target groups.
Oh.
So, yeah, we give legal aid support. We also have what we call social protection support. And maybe to the person watching us today, legal aid is basically we do mediation, arbitration, representation in courts of law, in arbitration stations, and being labor, we use mostly the labor offices. We also use mostly the industrial court of Uganda, and a few cases in the magistrate court.
Oh, the industrial court, that's a division. Is it in the high court or that's magistrate level? What level is the industrial court?
It's at the high level. It's a division of the high court.
Okay.
Yes.
So you mean before at the magistrate level, there's nothing for handling labor disputes, or?
They are there. We have some legislations, as we are going to see, or some laws that concern workers' issues. For example, like the Workers' Compensation Act, it gives a jurisdiction of such disputes to the magistrate courts. You have the NSSF Act, it also gives jurisdiction of such issues to the magistrate court.
I thought you just jumped into the
No, we don't
the
just
High
jump
Court.
into
Okay,
no.
I mean, this is a good, good one to start with. Just to understand really, because we're talking about employment, we're talking about labor rights. These are ideas that perhaps many people still need to understand. Like when you talk about employment rights, labor rights, what exactly are we talking about? What does it entail? Why should I even care about labor rights? Is that something I should lose sleep over? Is it a big deal?
True. True. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that question. And maybe even to our investors who is watching this show elsewhere, even outside the country. Why should you care about the labor rights? First of all...
What are they, maybe to start with?
Yeah, I'm going to just come to just that. But why should we care? Because labor is a factor of production. Okay. So in production, we have this labor component, and often than not, when we are planning our businesses and everything, we never think about the labor force itself that actually is going to be doing this particular business that you're setting up, or this franchise that you're thinking about. So labor is a factor of production, but it has, and because it's a factor of production, if it's not well handled, it has a direct impact on the production, on the output. So if it's well handled, it also have very positive impact on the output, on the growth of every enterprise, every business that anyone sets up. So we need labor at the end of the day. So that's why you should care about labor. Going back to the law itself, as a country, Uganda is a very progressive country. Yes, when it comes to setting up laws and policies, we are a very progressive country. Even you're looking into the rest of the East African country, we are very progressive. We are a member of the International Labour Organization, and because of that, because it's labor, we have ratified, Uganda has signed quite a number of international conventions. And maybe to the person watching us, conventions are those internationally agreed upon, let me call them sets of like rules and regulations or laws. We can take it like that, literally. So those ones, those internationally agreed upon sets of laws and rules, is that they give a basis upon which a country goes back and actually contextualize those rules into their setting. So going back to the country as Uganda, when it comes to labor and employment laws, we have ratified a number of conventions, but I'll not go into so much of details. I'll look at the national what we have here. We start with the Constitutional Republic of Uganda, because you see everything comes from the Constitution. We know that it is our supreme law. It's the parent of every law that we have as a country. So when you look at Article 40 of the Constitution, that is on economic right. So that's where this right to labor is well, it's introduced into this particular supreme law that we have as a country. So it's talking about the right to work, the right to work in a safe and satisfactory work environment.
Safe and satisfactory. That's the language of the law.
Yes, that's the language of the law. The article talks about protection of certain workers, like female pregnant, workers. That same article is talking about the right to associate. That same article, when you read it into details, that is where we, as workers, labor and employment, we find our bearing in the Constitution under Article 40. So it details everything, and then it goes ahead to give powers to Parliament to make laws to ensure that to set up I'll call it a favorable working environment for both the employers but also the workers as well. So from the Constitution, the law that we have that comes an act of Parliament is the Employment Act of 2000. We used to have what we used to call the Factory Act, but that was changed in 2006. When I'll come back and I'll tell you why we changed it.
I was actually curious because factory, then employment. So if I was working in a school, the law wouldn't apply to me.
It's because the law that was being changed at that time actually was a colonial law. So most of the the employment opportunities were in the factories. So that's why we ended up having a Factory Act. And so it was what was governing the employment relationship at that time.
Africans are not doing
I think white collar jobs. So, but then in 2006 we see, it's also another history where we came up with these laws, but in 2006 we have the Employment Act of 2006. So this is now the guiding tool for any worker there, any employer there.
Okay.
Why? Because it is, we call it is like the basic employment contract between the employer and the employee.
Basic.
It is the basic. That law is the basic.
What does that mean? Basic.
So, like it sets the standard. You cannot go below that.
A minimum standard.
That is the minimum standard. For example, if they say, let me give an example. If they say that you are a female employee should be given 60 days maternity leave.
Yes.
You cannot say you get 30. No. You can at least say you get 80.
Okay.
So that's why we call it the basic.
The basic.
Yeah. So you every provision there, and you cannot contract out of that law. In other words, you cannot have a contract of employment that is saying this provision does not apply to you. Like, for example, you're not entitled to leave. No, that such a provision cannot be allowed.
It's illegal.
It's illegal because we have this basic, or the law that states that standard, the starting point of negotiation of any contract. Even if you are negotiating a CBA, what we call the collective bargaining agreement, for those workers in unions, they still use that law as the basic, negotiating tool that they have. So under this particular law, we have different rights set out for the worker or for the employee. So now we have to be very careful. We use these words interchangeably, but actually they mean different things.
Worker
and the employee.
And employee.
Yes.
Okay.
If I go in the market and I find a woman selling tomatoes, she's a worker, but is she an employee?
You tell us. So how do you transit from worker to employee?
That is why I wanted us just to understand that particular concept as well, so that when we define these particular laws, we know who are we talking about. So when we go about an employee has to have a boss. Let me use that literal way of, like someone they report to, supervisors, and everything. So this person, then the other one becomes the employer, and then becomes the employee. So now that woman in the market who is selling her tomatoes, she's a worker, but she's not an employee.
We could argue she's everything. Chief everything officer. She employs herself. She pays her salary.
Unfortunately,
she knows when to work and not when to work.
Unfortunately, the principles of distinguishing between these two people cannot allow us to call her everything.
Okay.
Because if you call her everything, it will be hard when it comes to certain aspects. For example, we're going to talk about rights, and then we shall ask, and we shall go back, and you, our viewers, let us keep that in mind that. Do these rights go to this particular person who is having their own enterprise? They have not brought any person on this stall to sell these tomatoes. They themselves are the owners, proprietors of this particular business that they are
So are you suggesting, Lydia, then that workers and employees have different rights?
Yes, they will have different rights depending where they are. Yes, and I will just highlight that as we go on.
Okay. I know there are many laws, and you talked about the Employment Act.
Yes.
Or maybe any other that you want to...
I think I first do all the laws before I come back to the rights.
Yes.
So we also have the Workers' Compensation Act, like I shared. That one deals with issues to do with injuries in the course of employment or at workplace. And we will see what does it mean to be in the course of employment. You are traveling to work, or you are from work, you are at work, or you are protecting your employer's property and you're injured. So either it's injury or disease. You can and now where we are right now with COVID-19, this particular law has actually been put to test as we go on.
That's an important point. I think let's pause for a quick break. Then we'll sort of come back and build on from there, because you've touched on a very sensitive area around injuries, and we've had a couple of cases, reported in the media of people, getting injured. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. And today we are with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labour Action, one of the foremost NGOs working on to protect employment rights in this country. Let's go for a short break and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda. And we're hanging out with Ms. Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action. She's the manager of programs. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you touched on a sensitive law around workers' compensation in Uganda, and highlighting how you could get compensated for injuries you get in the course of your work. I thought you could maybe carry on from there.
Yes, so that particular law is really focusing on if a worker gets injured in the course of employment, in terms of what are the obligations of the employer, in terms of offering treatment until he or she is completely healed. Healed. In fact, we have, you can offer treatment up to like 98 months. That is about 8 years.
Wow.
Then the responsibility to compensate.
Completely healed.
Yes, completely healed. You can heal. When I can heal completely when I have lost my arm, but I've healed, although I am now permanently incapacitated. So the employer is supposed to first treat me. I get completely healed, and then they assess my incapacitation, and then he or she compensates me.
And in all that period, you're supposed to be paid.
Paid. Yes. Oh, I had left that one out. Yes. During that period, you're supposed to be paid. That period, which we call temporary incapacitation period. That covers the period of hospitalization or any other period that the doctor and medical personnel has recommended that this person needs to be off work.
Oof.
So I hear, because there are people who get really sick.
Yeah.
Because it's not only dealing with injuries, it's also dealing with diseases that can be contracted in the course of employment. Okay. And that is when you look at the situation of COVID-19.
Exactly.
And we ask ourselves, are the employers even paying much attention when it comes to this particular pandemic and the impact it can actually have on them if the workers are not well protected? Because that same law also puts an obligation on the employer to ensuring the worker to ensure that insure
like the insurance company,
insurance company for the workers, for workers' compensation. So that in case you have any liability, then your insurers should be able to meet that particular responsibility.
Okay. Lina, we need to switch gears to talk about COVID-19, but I thought, are there any other laws you just want to drop one-liners?
Yes, we have the National Social Protection Fund Act, NSSF.
Yes.
We have the Public Service Act. We never talk about them, and yet they are
that
also
for people
workers.
in government?
Yes, for civil servants, those who work with the government. We have the Occupational Safety and Health Act. That is regarding to the environment where you work from. Is it healthy? Is it is it to the standard for you to be in as a human being?
That thing should be fumigated or what?
We shall see. Is there aeration or all those things? You have drinking water, all those ones. That law looks at them. And then the responsibilities therein. What other law haven't I talked about? We also have the Minimum Wages Council's Act of...
I know you've been working a lot on minimum wage.
Yes, of 1984. So all that law is also there.
When are we setting the minimum wage for this country?
That one, I think you need to have a conversation.
It's a long conversation. Okay, so Lydia, you've given us a clear picture of what these rights are, and the law that provides for them, especially at the national level.
Yeah.
So then COVID-19 comes in and shakes things up. How do you explain to somebody, the effects that the pandemic has had on employment and labor rights? What are some of the issues that have emerged from a labor rights, employment rights angle? Yeah, because I know you deal with these things on a regular. Yeah.
True. Thank you. First, even before I come to that, very quickly, we saw that in the Employment Act, that's where most of the rights are.
Yes.
So the right to be paid your wages is your right, because it is the contract of employment is that you work and you are paid.
Yes.
So that is a very simple right.
Yeah.
Work and you are paid. So the right to be paid.
Yes.
But we have also rights like annual leave. The right to annual leave. Every worker is entitled to 21 days in every calendar year to go and rest, refresh.
You're working on Zoom. You're already
So we are going to come to that. That's why I wanted to first quickly highlight them, so that we see how these rights, as they are right now, how have they been impacted, and maybe the employer out there, what can they do, around this particular issue. Then we have the right to paternity leave. I said with paternity, 4 days for any wife. And the law is very clear when we say the wife. We mean the person whom you have entered into a marriage contract legally, a legally binding marriage. Because in law we don't use the word wife to mean cohabitation. No.
So are you suggesting that if my girlfriend gave birth, I am not entitled to paternity leave? Do I cease being the father? Because the person who has given birth is not.
Actually, you don't cease being the father, but there's a way when the law uses a certain word, and if you are to interpret it, in fact, your employer, if they asked you for the marriage certificate, they would not be wrong, because the law uses the word wife, and we know that for one to be a wife, we know the different marriages that are actually allowed in Uganda. So you need to pay attention to some of those particular areas. But you have 4 days as a male employee, and your wife has given birth, you will be given. For the woman, we also have the right to maternity leave. of 60 working days.
60 working days.
Yes, 60
Let's clarify
working days.
this. What does that mean in terms of calendar months?
Yes.
What does it mean?
So we don't include weekends unless at your workplace, even before your maternity leave, you work 6 days. If you work 6 days ordinarily, then we shall actually count you 6 days. But if you work 5 days, we only count 5 days in every week, Monday to Friday. And also if there is any public holiday that falls within this period, we don't include it. So we don't include public holidays, we don't include weekends. So that is how we get to that.
So Lydia, in simple terms.
Let me also add something. 60 working days fully paid for.
Okay.
Yes. We've seen some employers who say, take off 60 days. You go, we shall fully pay you. No, 30 days. The other 30 days, we'll pay you half, unless you come back and work. There are such employers, but actually you do it, breaking the law, because the law says 60 working days, and those days have to be paid for.
Okay.
Yes, so that's the other right that someone has a right to rest. As they're at work, they should rest at least. You give them at least 1 hour of rest during their time.
Take coffee,
lunch.
Take
off. They also have a right to be paid overtime if they work overtime. And this one, ensure you as the employer, you need to ensure that, because we have seen the industrial court of Uganda setting for us precedents, you need to ensure that if a worker remains your employee remains at work, what are they doing? Were they able to deliver what they ought to have delivered in the 8 hours of the day? And if they are unable, then let them go back home. Because if they stay and sign out, if we sign out at 8:30 and I sign out at 9 p.m., it means that is overtime at the end of the day.
Lydia, so we need to switch to COVID-19 then.
Yes.
You've given us a very clear picture.
Yeah.
So how are these two mixed?
Those two mixed. So we started with the right to be paid.
Yes.
When you work, you are paid. Now, because of COVID-19, the economic situation has really affected the employers, really, because we've seen reporting of slow growth from the National Planning Authority, and indeed you can see it. So that has then led to violation of this right to be paid. I can tell you at Platform for Labour Action, 87% of the cases that we handle are non-payment of wages. So that's huge. Yeah, it's huge. And the employers are saying we are not making ends meet. So I need them to be here, but I'm unable to pay them.
Okay.
Other workers, what has also happened is that COVID-19 has, in fact, is coercing, if I use all those words,
yes.
is coercing workers to compromise on their rights. One of the rights is the right to earn leave. Now, you have periods where you're being sent into lockdown, and workers are sent back home, and they can't act, so they are not working. You expect them to work.
Yes.
We have seen those that have actually set up working from home, working on Zoom and all that, Teams and all those platforms that have come up. Now, but there are those other jobs that they need your physical presence for this work to be done.
True.
But you have a lockdown. The first lockdown we had was, it took about 2 months, 2.5 months, people were at home. And then when workers resumed, the question was, should they go, in that year, should they go for annual leave? in that particular year, should they go for annual leave?
Yes, very pertinent.
Very pertinent. Yeah. Now, the employers needed to, or you need to be able to prepare yourself to match this. You have a pandemic on one side, even it is beyond everyone's control.
Exactly.
And by the way, in most cases, employment acts don't have those provisions talking about those unforeseen events. Yes. In most cases, because normally those ones we see them in contract, agreements. Yes. But when it comes to employment contracts, we don't have those clauses. So now here we are. I've been two months away. Can I be entitled to annual leave? So what other employers are doing that during that period we were away, you apply. Now it's forced leave, ideally.
Yes.
So we are seeing situations of forced leave. You have to be on leave. The moment you go into lockdown, you have to be on leave, ideally.
Yeah.
And yet, this right to leave, when you look at the law, it's telling you it accrues.
Yes.
This right to leave accrues to you. Every after 3 months, you get. Every after 3 months, you get. We expect that you go and rest. But here, at the beginning of the year, you have to go and be on your annual leave.
And normally, I think the practice in Uganda, people want to take leave when they are going to do a project or to rest.
Yes.
Now you're being just told, go.
You go. And yet, in most cases, workplaces do not have leaves like a study leave.
Yes.
So if you're studying, normally people use their annual leave to go and do exams and all that.
Yes.
But here you are, the employer is saying, all of you fill in annual leave forms. Because you're at home and you are not working. So, for us to be able to pay you and what, when you come back, no going.
And the employer has a valid point, no?
Exactly, has a valid point on the other side.
Yes.
But also, how about this right when I choose to take my annual leave?
So where's the mix then? How
So
do we, what's the middle ground?
So the middle ground is you need to speak together as the employer and the employee. You should be able to speak because in most cases, employers do not consult, do not speak to the workers and say, this is what we are suggesting. And also you be fair. Because even you as a worker, you need to be fair to your employer. Because you're looking at the situation, they are paying your salary and you're not working. Isn't it only fair that at least you take off some of your days? And if you have such a time when you need leave, then bring it the notice of your employer and say, okay, that is a valid thing. But look, I was setting to have 5 days of my annual leave to do my exams around this time. So it may be your employer will also have it at the back of the mind that yes, this condition is, no one has control over it, and yet you already have this plan, so that you are able to have a middle, sort of like a middle ground.
Lydia, that's a very fascinating point because I know leave is also a slightly controversial issue which has been abused to some extent by many employers in the country. But I think it's an important point for us to go for a break so that when we come back, we'll pick on how far we've come as a country, what did we do to deal with the challenges posed by COVID-19 on employment, right? So let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back. You are watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda. And we're privileged to have Ms. Lydia Bwite from the Platform for Labor Action. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So you left at the point when we were discussing this controversial issue of leave. I know it's a topic perhaps for another day, but we need to sort of have a deep dive then into what government has done, what initiatives have been put in place, and what your assessment of those initiatives is in the context of protecting employment rights during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because, as you know, these are human rights issues, and governments, have core obligations in this. So, first of all, what did the government of Uganda do to ensure that workers are protected in this period? And then I'll ask you, do you think it worked? Are there areas of improvement?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. At the beginning of the first, when COVID had just come, we saw a pronouncement from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, calling upon employers to exercise humility.
Employers?
Yes, exercise humility during this period because it was no one's fault, that is number one. But also, they sort of imply that if you are to terminate, please terminate within the right procedures. Now, because of this, and when we ended, I was telling you just a quick effect of this, we have seen very unfair terminations during this period. And yet, the government called upon employers to terminate using the right procedures of whether if you're supposed to give notice, you are supposed to give that notice before you terminate someone. So that pronouncement was there. And not to try to abuse workers, right? It was there. But also we see that the government came up with a law, I think it's the regulation or a supplementary something, on the Public Health Act. There is a supplementary, I think like a regulation, control COVID-19. So that law requires that every Ugandan must wear a mask as long as you're out of your home. That is what. Now, how does that impact on the workplace here? Is it the duty of the employer to provide the masks, or is it that the employee should come with their mask? So some workers have gone on to report cases and say that my employer has not given me, and the employer is saying no, you're going to be terminated because you're not wearing a mask. And they have a right, they have a point on one side. We have also seen vaccination coming through. Now, government has put in place a vaccination that, for us to protect, which is the right thing, for us to protect ourselves from this particular pandemic that has come, we need to vaccinate. And I totally agree with the government. But you see, what has happened? They're telling some workers, if you're not vaccinated, don't come to work. But what happens when I have lined up for that vaccine, well knowing that as a country I've been struggling to get this vaccine? Are you terminating me? But because you've said if you're not yet vaccinated, don't come to work. Is that termination or not? So when we are going back, I think in terms of reopening, what the government failed to do is to also make it very clear. Yes, when should it be that a person who has not been vaccinated should not access a public place? That the government has not been very clear, because some employers are using it or they are abusing this particular situation. Because we know very well that we've been struggling as a country to access vaccines. And when you say if you've not been, we saw letters coming through and say if you've not been vaccinated, please do not report to work. So what does that mean? It means that there is lack of communication between the government programs or the action the government is taking in terms of ensuring that we have vaccine as a country vis-a-vis the employer's action. So we need that to come out. We saw government, of course, coming through with the Economic Recovery Fund that went through the Uganda Development Bank. And it was targeting, of course, to liquidify these small businesses. Well knowing that they're the engines of the economy. And of course, also we know that those small businesses employ, millions and millions of people. So that was supposed to ensure that now this worker who lost a job because of COVID-19, he's back to work. But you see, there have also been challenges in accessibility to this particular Economic Recovery Fund. Equitability also has not been has been an issue around this particular issue. So we have seen even still small companies or the small and medium companies still not accessing this fund, and not their inability to access directly impacts on the workers at the end of the day. So we continue in that particular angle. And also there is an issue that we need to just talk about, the whole issue of now employers are also using this opportunity to abuse workers' rights. If you say you're not going to do it, Jonathan, there is 1,000 outside that door just waiting to take your position.
Exactly.
So everyone, you're willing even to compromise on your right. Why? Because there are no jobs. And the employers are using that as their road on. In terms of resolving issues, even an employer who is able to pay off 200,000 says that there is no money. And can go to the court and say, I'll pay 20,000.
Yes. There was this issue around NSSF. I'm sure there was an initiative around amending the law to allow people, access some of their savings because of the pandemic.
True.
I don't know if you...
yes.
If that worked as an intervention.
It did not work as an intervention. Allow amending the law and then people being able to access. No. In terms of midterm access to NSSF, as Platform for Labor Action, we introduced it. We worked with members of Parliament to introduce it in the bill. And our argument was, like you've seen it in the news, that, let people at least access maybe at 40 or something.
Yeah.
Or when there's this bad calamity that cannot allow people to work, ideally. But I think that we are still in the other way of thinking that social protection is for the old age.
Yes.
You understand? Not covering all. So even when the bill that was passed by Parliament went before the President, the President again has sent it back.
Yeah.
Of course, with his comments on the same.
Yeah. So Lydia, we need to, as we sort of come to the end, we need to look to the future. In the worst case scenario, we could find ourselves in a similar situation in 5 or 10 years.
True.
And assuming Lydia is the new, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, or the PS in the ministry or whatever, what could be those points that you would push and say, as a country, this is how we should prepare for something of this magnitude? It may not be a perfect blueprint, but what are those ideas that should flaunt around, saying, if we find ourselves in a similar situation, these are my recommendations, or that PLA recommendation on how, you think that the government should protect the rights of workers in a pandemic or a similar situation in future. Worst case scenario can happen.
And indeed it will come. That is a given.
I don't want to be the one to predict
True.
it.
We hope that it will not come, but even this that we are going through right now, it was predicted that it will come. So we need to prepare better. If I was in that position that you have, envisioned at that point in time, one thing is that the law on NSSF needs to be strengthened.
Okay.
You see, social protection is not only for the old age. Why do you need to strengthen the social protection side of it, especially like NSSF? Why? Because if, let's say, imagine we had a withdrawal benefit of unemployment, a certain percentage that in instances of calamity where certain sectors are unable to work for a certain period of time, okay? Then this worker, the fund should be able to pay them a monthly wage, that goes into this person, like at least either to pay them that 10% or to pay them 5% their contribution to that, the NSSF, whichever it may be. Why? That way, workers would maintain their jobs. The employer would have no reason to terminate. Idea. Why? Because this employee is being covered during that period when even you as an employee you are unable, to make ends meet. You're just struggling to stay afloat. This employee is being covered by this saving that you've been making, both of you. Remember, both of you are making those contributions. So it is at such a time when they should matter most. That way you are protecting the job security for the workers, that when these sectors are able to resume work, then you just go back.
People pick on from there.
Yeah, they will pick on from there, and you don't have to lose your job, because what do you lose as an employer if the other person is covering this particular person for that period? That will be very, very interesting. I think the other thing I would do in that particular area, which even actually I wanted to start a campaign on that time, and I remember even Mr. Byaruhanga also proposed it. Byaruhanga is the NSSF MD.
Yes.
He says instead of asking for NSSF,
Byaruhanga.
Yes. Asking NSSF to give you part of your savings, why don't you workers or employees tell URA to stop collecting pay for that period? No, by the way, when I looked at it, it was a fair argument, because employers are struggling to make ends meet. I'm also struggling to make ends meet. We say, are we in lockdown for how many months? 2 months? People are not working? Okay, maybe reduce. Okay, maybe you may not take it away completely, but you can reduce. So maybe if it's 30%, maybe you only pay 20%. We answer that 10% should be able to help you to cover other aspects.
But
that will also be
that payee is for for the government to be able to fulfill on most of the obligations it has. So
that's why we should share it during that period only. When it is over, we go back.
Okay.
But the other recommendation I would actually make is around, generally, it just goes back, because the ministry you have envisioned me in is that covers issues of social protection. Generally, to prepare better, to have a systematic social protection system that really covers for such for such comings that we
How would that work? What do you mean market protection systems?
A very comprehensive one, because right now our system, we have the SAGE, where cash, they give you 25,000.
SAGE is the social action.
The senior citizens grant.
Yes.
Where the old people get 20,000 shillings
per month.
Per month.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's the only cash money that we are saying. Now, if you have a system, the system looks at the different vulnerabilities that affect this individual.
Yes.
Because you may resolve my problem of money, but you not resolve my problem of health.
Yes.
So we need to strengthen our social protection systems. They should be comprehensive enough to resolve Lydia's problems as an individual, not as money, because that's just one need. Money is just only one need. That way, if you actually, in terms of investment, we just need to invest around that area, because then the workers will not have need. We will not be in this saga where employers are now, they're the bosses, they're everything. They have become more bosses than ever before, ideally.
I mean, Lydia, those are brilliant ideas, but I'm getting worried about, the practicalities, because, I mean, we're 42 million, or even there, I don't know how many workers or employees we have in the country. So I'm wondering, on a practical level,
yes,
how would this honestly come out? Because we have more pressing needs in this country. We provide security, there's education, there's everything else that government is dealing with. I'm just wondering,
how will that
are we not putting a lot of? Is that a government mandate?
Yeah, true. You see, social protection doesn't only look at the money. You should look at the education, because Lydia needs education.
Yes.
Look at health. Lydia needs health. Look at what I'm saying is that the government should be able to properly coordinate or plan for this individual chronologically, that system, that the health ministry contributes, that the Ministry of Gender, they are speaking, that the education ministry, they are speaking, that at every corner we are actually speaking together. Because money they're in those different ministries, because it will not only be money for this, it's not different ministries. And yes, we have priorities of security, which I don't think that we are at war. Maybe we are at war, but we need to plan better in terms of planning better, but also to the workers themselves. I think also we have learned something.
Yes.
Let's save. Now that is not from legal perspective, but me being human in me, that let us save something, even if it is 20,000 every month. Save, because you just never know when you will need it. It's very important. Save. Let us save.
For a rainy day.
For a rainy day, it's very, very important. So the employers, how are our systems ready for these? Were they even ready, or even are they ready even up to now? Because there are those that, yes, we have the pandemic here, but still the systems are not what? They have not been built, to take up still such. For example, if I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's still the employer. Are you ready to be able to meet this liability? The government came out and said the treatment for COVID-19 is their government responsibility. But we saw people fighting. We saw people, I heard on the news, members of parliament saying that private hospitals were even taking people's land titles, to treat COVID-19. But are we ready as the employer? Have you insured? Have you revised issues around work from home? Have you, the employer, included or incorporated issues of work from home? Because now the home has become a workplace. Jonathan, I wonder if I ended myself from home when I'm working on a computer, whether I should ask for workers' compensation.
And then on a Zoom call and the baby comes.
So it's very challenging. Are we giving the workers the tools they need to work from home? Because there's nothing demanding me from work from home. But Jonathan, when I don't even own a laptop. My employee don't have a laptop. So how do we deliver from
and
home?
our data costs in the country.
Data costs in the country are high. We've been having a tax apparently. I didn't know until when I was told so. So we need to be ready as a country, as employers. We need to be ready. We need to revise our human resource manuals to take into consideration such happenings that may come at any given point. But also looking at the new families that a home as our workplace.
Okay. I mean, Lydia, so many things to talk about, but I think viewers, the most important point for me from Lydia, one, besides your employer, you need to prepare yourself. Do a bit of savings. She mentioned another one of the importance of marrying if you want to enjoy paternity leave, because you may not get it if the person is just, without legal status. But more importantly, Lydia has emphasized the need for government to, regulate the employment sector, put in place safeguards to ensure that when we find ourselves in such a situation again, we have a well thought out plan that can enable the country protect the rights of its workers, because, like you say, labor is a factor of production besides land and capital, and without labor, there's nothing. The economy is dead. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and I've been with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action. Special shouts to our sponsors, Legal Hub Uganda and I4C Africa Hub, for putting this together. Until next time, see you.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation, because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Yeah. But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do, I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work, You know you have to be confident when you're doing something. Even if it's wrong, in our industry you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it.
Yeah.
So my first cup to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I will not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are who, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn. It's your area. Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring your coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the coffee break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and you're supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day on the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the coffee break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much.
Yes.
CEO of, you know, whatever.
Yes.
They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think it's a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
Omosai wewa ego lagosa oko kwe kukuma bulijo oko kwe kukuma ntambulanga sitya Romo sayo kwaika na tukula da ichigambo cho Yesu mwemuli amanyi akokeka kuma bulijo akokeka kuma ntambula kasita Romo sayo kwaika not too cool chikambo cho Yesu wemuli amanyi ako gekakuma mulicho ako gekakuma mulicho ako gekakuma mulicho ako gekakuma Tambula kasita Oromo sayo kwaika Not too cool Chikambo cho Yesu Mwemuli amanyi Ako geka kuma Mulicho ako gekakuma oh To worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. To worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. Holy Spirit, to worship you I live, to worship you I live to worship you. To worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. Oh, 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 who am I that you mindful of me, that you hear me when I call? Oh, oh, yeah. Is it true that you are thinking of me? How you love me, it's amazing, so amazing. I am afraid of God. I am afraid of God. Oh, I am afraid of God. He calls me friend. Oh, I am afraid of God. Yeah, I am a friend of God. Hey, hey, I am afraid of God. He calls me friend. Yeah. And is it true that you are thinking of me? Yeah. How you love me when I call. Is it true that you are thinking of me? How you love me, it's so amazing, amazing. It's so amazing when you call me friend. I am afraid of God, afraid of God. Yeah, I'm a good friend of God. Yeah, I'm a friend of God. He calls me friend. Yeah. I am a friend of God, yeah. I'm a friend of God, yeah. Ooh, I'm a friend of God. He calls me friend. Tambula nangi, samo tambule. On this journey that I'm taking now, Shabo tambule nange, ha, tambula nange, Shabo tambule nange, mulukendo luamvo, mumakuwa mwepita, Shabo tambule. Tambula again, Sabo tambula again. All this journey that I'm taking now, Sabo tambula again, tambula again, Sabo tambula. Sabo tambule nange. Oh, to worship you I live, to worship you I live, to worship you. To worship you I live, to worship you. I live to worship you. Oh, hello, whoever is watching me right now. My name is Richard Kosenza, and I'm happy. I'm happy to be with you. I'm happy to be online. I'm a gifted soul that is really yearning to serve God, to minister unto the God's people, and I'm really, I'm privileged to be in this place, and I'm so happy to be part of this generation. I believe there's so many people that is really out there, and they really want to feed from what I have on the inside of me. And I'm so grateful for my life. Such a great privilege to be here. I want to thank God first of all. I want to thank God for my life, basically, and I'm so great. I'm grateful that there's so many people that are watching me right now that are gonna be benefiting from my story, and I just want to take a few brief story about my life. I'm actually the second born in my family, and I'm a Christian. I love God. Yes, I love Jesus so much, and I'm a worship team leader and a worshiper. I serve God, and I love people. I love making new friends. I love this baby here. I love the guitar. So just like I said, I'm a second born in my family. I'm a Christian, loving God, and I have a small business that I run that is really trying to make an ends meet, and there's so much in my background that people don't know. I actually worked at a Nero coffee shop. I'm a barista professionally, but of course I had to live in Nero, and I felt this call from God, and God was really calling me to serve him. But of course, God doesn't call you just to serve. There's so much we can do. There's so much potential that is on the inside of us. For the Bible says in the book of Genesis, Genesis 1:26, yes, for he gave us the authority. There's so much authority on the inside of us to do great and mighty things. Trust me, things are not so easy, but with God being the backbone of everything that we do, he serves because he makes us the stewards to serve him, and I'm here to encourage someone. I've had so many stories of many Christians really breaking down. When they're jobless, they don't have so many things to do, then they'll be like, okay, I'm coming to serve God, but how will I survive? I'm here to give someone hope that there is life and in full abundance. When you serve God, trust me, He'll always make a way. There's a way. He's gonna make a way where there seems to be no way, because He's a God that provides. And I'm here to speak on behalf of those people that are really struggling. Sometimes you might not even have capital to start up a business or be employed somewhere, hired somewhere. But trust me, there is life in Christ as long as you know Him, as long as you can hearken to His voice. As long as you offer yourself unto him, he's going to minister unto you. The same way we get ministered unto the people, is the same way it's going to be ministering unto you. And right now, of course, I'm doing ministry. I serve with Faith Life Fellowship. I also serve with Chebando Baptist Church. Okay. I serve with Breakthrough Ministry as well. So there's so much that God has in stock for you. So don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, my brother, my sister, my family. Don't give up. There's a way. God still has a way. Amen. Amen. God has a way. Okay. I want us to do this simple short chorus, and we go out for a break. Because the song says we're moving forward. So I wouldn't really want to end it without getting the message. What a moment you have brought me to, such a freedom I have found in you. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm not going back. I'm here to declare to you that my past is over in you. All things are made new. Surrendered my life to Christ. I'm moving forward. Yeah, yeah. You've risen with all the power in your hands. You've given me a second chance. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm not going back. I'm here to declare. I'm here to declare to you that my past is over you. All things are made new. Surrendered my life to Christ. I'm moving forward. Yeah, I'm moving forward. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause you make all things new, yes. You make all things new, and I will follow you forward. Yeah. You make all things new, yes. You make all things new, and I will follow you forward. Wow, I hope you've enjoyed that song, and let us go for a short break. We shall be back. Thank you. Yes, hello, welcome back from that short break. My name is Richard Kosenza. Yeah, I'm gonna take you on my journey through the musical experience, and I believe you are enjoying. Okay. Excuse me. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never failed me. In my darkest night, you were close like no other. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, and I will sing in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire. In my darkest night, you were close like no other. I've known you as a father, I've known you as a friend. Oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. Yeah, yeah. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. Yeah. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after me. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good, yeah. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after me. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Yeah. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I'd like to sing this song. It's my favorite song. Someone might ask me why. It's basically because, I mean, John chapter 3, the Bible says in the book of John chapter 3, verses 16, that for God so loved this world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever, whosoever, it doesn't mean that he only came for the sinners, not the people with unbelief. I mean, every person. That's why the scripture stresses it forth that whosoever believes. I mean, as long as you believe. I've seen many non-believers really believing at some point, and they might not really confess it or speak it, but I mean, I've had stories. Someone would say, I mean, they might not even speak it, but the moment they focus on it, that's already an assurance. So that's why the Bible says that for whosoever believes shall not perish but have everlasting life. My goodness. So I'm gonna do my song, and I hope you enjoy it. Of course you will enjoy it. Okay. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whatsoever believeth shall not die, but have everlasting life. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whatsoever believeth shall not die, but have everlasting life. Kuno mukwano kwa Yesu namuji, omukwano kwa Yesu namuji, munyambye kumanyi kumala, munyambye kunchusiza muli munda. Kuno mukwano kwa Yesu namuji, omukwano kwa Yesu namuji, kunyambye kwambanyi kumala, kunyambye kunchusiza muli munda. Singate kwali mukwano kwa Yesu, singate kwali mukwano kwa mazima nandi batewa munsere mbibweti nera bisamyona. Kuno mukwano kwa Yesu namuji, omukwano kwa Yesu namuji, ze kunyambye kwambanyi kumala, kunyambye kunchusiza muli munda. Kuno mukwano kwa Yesu namuji, omukwano kwa Yesu namuji, kunyambye kwamanyi kumala, kunyambye kunchusiza muli munda. Wow. That is so beautiful. That is so, so beautiful. I also want to do another song that I had to write. First of all, many people don't know that I'm a music songwriter, singer. It is my song, so I'm going to do the original song, just like the previous song that I'm from doing. Yeah. So it has an inspiration of where really God has brought me, and I had to sit down and I'm like, God, you're really faithful. Yeah, you're faithful to me. So please enjoy. I could have been imagining that his name has never existed. Could have been so confused to know his ways are real, and I could have been waiting for so long to try and follow you. Could have been sleeping tight to have put my mind away, but God is faithful. Oh, and God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me. So give Him praise. God is faithful. Oh, and God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me. So give Him praise. I could have been sanctified of the evil and forget about His grace. I could have been surrendered for to know His word is true, and I could have been waiting for my lifelong. Forget my heart is great. I couldn't have no place to be when His arms were open wide. But God is faithful. Oh, and God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me. So give Him praise. God is faithful. Oh, and God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me. So give Him praise. God is faithful. Oh, and God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me. So give Him praise. God is faithful. Oh, and God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me. So give Him praise. Oh, oh, oh. Eh, 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 eh. God of wonders beyond the galaxy, you are holy, holy. Universe displays your majesty, you are holy, holy. God of wonders beyond the galaxies, oh, you are holy, holy. Universe declares your majesty, oh, oh, you are holy, holy, yeah. God of wonders beyond the galaxy, you are holy, holy. Universe declares your majesty, you are holy, Hey, holy Lord of heaven and the earth, hey, God of heaven and the earth, 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 the universe, God of wonders beyond the galaxy. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. Universe declares your majesty. Yeah. You are holy. Da 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 da. Oh 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 oh. Da 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 da. God of wonders beyond the galaxies. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. Universe declares your majesty. You are, you are, you are. You are, you are, you are, you are. God of wonders beyond the galaxy. You are holy, hey, oh, God of wonders beyond the galaxy. You are holy, holy. The universe declares your majesty. You are holy, holy. My Jesus. I hope everyone is enjoying me right now. How I wish you guys were here. But I believe you're enjoying it at the same time. Please, let us go for a very short break. Let's come back.
When you start a project, definitely, if it's a good idea, it has gone through the development process, then you start what we call in fundraising. As an institution or even an individual who has a creative project, there is what they call fundraising, and that is if it's a public good, it's a common activity. If it's a business, that's a different thing. So when you're doing a business, creative business project, you're not asking for funding, you're asking for investment. People just get turned off by just being asked. You know, you just come and say, why you give me money? I'm like, who are you? You know?
Why should I give you
Why should I?
What is it?
How do I get them to know that I exist? You're not asking yet, but you're you're just trying to check to test the waters and see how whether it's possible. I've met Faisal, I know Eddie, I can, we've had a conversation, I trust what he's going to do. Yeah. So that trust is built within that asking. Honestly, the money is there. There's a lot of money, and those who know how to find it, they always find it. But then you find others saying, oh, that one is taking our money. Yet you didn't make an effort to find it. We have sleepless nights. I wake up at 2 a.m. to write applications, proposals. I try to balance my office daytime and my fundraising time and all the other things. So you really have to make an effort. The US has just put out a call. The State Department has just put out a call for support for a collaborative grant between the US and Uganda. It's for institutions, it's for individuals, for practitioners that are interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge between US and Uganda specifically. And it's quite between $5,000 to $50,000. So it's available. I talked about earlier about the SCP fund, which was it was introduced already here in Uganda before COVID, I think. And finally, we got British Council and HEVA managing this fund for East Africa. So if the call is almost out, I think they'll put it out in May or June. And when that call comes out, you can apply for like 180,000 euros for 3 years, that you can do whatever you want to do. It's both institutional and for individual projects.
Please share it far and wide. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And this information will always remain there. You can watch the show anytime. You can share it far and wide. And Faisal will be back here next week. We'll be talking about investment into the creative industry and how we can go about it, and who needs what, where, when, how. We'll be talking about it next week. Until next week, Enyo Kila, Faisal Chiwewa, the founder and the CEO of Baeba Foundation, we're signing out on the Creative Talk.
We go to A sharp slightly. Oh, King Roger. Oh, I'm good to go.
Hey, you are alive. Hey.
Praise you, Lord. Praise you, Lord. For you are good. You are good. Forever we will dance and sing, for you are good, you are. Yeah, I'm good to go. Whom the sun sets free is free indeed. Whom the sun sets free has liberty. Your love has taken chains of me. Whom the sun sets free is free indeed. Whom the sun sets free has liberty. Your love has taken chains of me. Oh, I praise you, Lord. I praise you, Lord. For you are good. You are good. Forever we will dance and sing. For you are good. You are good. I praise you, Lord. Praise you, Lord. For you are good. You are good. Forever we will dance and sing. For you are good, you are good, yeah. Like I said before, my name is Richard Kosinza. And on Facebook, you can Google, you can type in Kosinza, Richard. And my number, I think 0704 16 65 97. Uganda +256 704 16 65 97. If you, in case you want to learn guitar, in case you want to sing like the way I do it, you can just holler me and we make a program. So I'm just gonna do this another next beautiful song that I love so much. Higher than the mountains that I face, constant through the trials and the change, there's one thing remains, one thing remains. Your love never fails, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love never fails, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love, your love, yeah. On and on and on and on it goes, for it overwhelms and satisfies my soul. And I never ever have to be afraid. Woo! There's one thing remains. There's one thing remains. Your love never fails, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love never fails, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love never fades, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love, 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 your love. Woo! Your love, your love, your love, your love. His grace, His grace, His grace, His grace. Woo! Your love, your love, your love. Hey, your love, your love, your love. His love is great, His love is great, His mercy is great, His grace is greater, His grace is greater. Your love, 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 your love. On and on and on and on it goes, for it overwhelms and satisfies my soul. And I never ever have to be afraid. There's one thing remains, one thing remains. Your love never fails, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love never fails, never gives up, never ends out on me. Your love. All right, I'm just gonna do one last song. Song says, "Your presence is enough." Yes, as I end, as we practice, as you watch me, as you sing, as you minister, as you do whatever you do, by the Twino collar, you have to work. One of the solutions that I've come to realize to avoid poverty, we have to work. Yes, not many people think it's just ministry. Yes, there is ministry, but you have to work. So as we work, as we meditate, as we think, as we do sorts of things. Let us work, let us worship, let us minister, and God will take you places. I want us to end with this song. It's called Your Presence is Heaven to Me. Indeed, if it weren't for God, where would I be? You wouldn't be seeing me right now. Who is like you, Lord, in all the earth? Much less love and beauty and less worth. Nothing in this world will satisfy. Jesus, you're the cup that won't run dry. One more time. Who is like you, Lord, in all the earth? Much less love and beauty and less worth. Nothing in this world will satisfy. Jesus, you're the cup that won't run dry. Oh, your presence is heaven to me. Oh, your presence is heaven to me. Treasure on my heart and on my soul. In my weakness you were merciful. Redeemer of my past and present wrongs. Oh my God. You're the holder of my future days to come. God, your presence is heaven to me. Oh, God, your presence is heaven to me. To me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me. Lord, I thank you for such a beautiful day as this. Thank you for an opportunity. I want to thank you for your love, for your loving kindness. I thank you for you've never failed me. And to pray for someone that is watching me right now. I pray that they succeed in the name of Jesus. I pray that they be visited. Lord, I pray that you provide for them. I pray that you give them ideas to work. Yes, I know there's so much this world has to offer. But I pray, it's my prayer, Lord, that you touch someone, that you encourage someone, that you provide for them, that you give them direction, Lord. Whoever that is watching me right now, for it's not by power, for it's not by might, but it's by the grace of Jesus. I thank you and I give you glory in Jesus' mighty name. Everyone say amen and amen. Your presence is heaven to me. God, your presence is heaven to me. Your presence is heaven to me. Oh, your presence is heaven to me. Your presence is heaven to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God, and all it chases me down, fast till I find, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't own it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you get yourself away. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Yeah. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I found, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you get yourself away. Shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. Snow you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Hey, hey. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. Snow you won't kick down, lie on terror, coming after me. No, all you want, I'm a part of you, coming after me. No, all you want, kick down, lie on terror, coming after me. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fast till I found, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't own it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I found, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't own it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you gave yourself away. Sabo tambulenga nange Yeah, I want to dedicate this song. On this journey that I'm taking now, Samo tumbling again. I just want to sing this beautiful chorus. It's a song for Waswa Ivan. Yes, I think that's the name. This chorus or this song has really kept me moving. As I finalize, as I finish up, I pray that you are blessed. You'll be blessed in the name of Jesus. And that you can as well sing it over and over. I know you'll be blessed. Tambulana again. Sabo tambulenga nange. Mulukendo luwanvu mumakubo mwepita. Sabo tambulenga nange. Tambula again. Sabo tambulenga nange. On this journey that I'm taking now, Sabo tambulenga nange. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. My name again is Richard Kusinza. You can catch me on Facebook. Just type in Kusinza Richard. My number, I've given you already my number on WhatsApp. That is +256 704 1665 97. You can as well get me on Instagram as Kusinza Richard. Yeah, neko Twitter tuja. Yes, neko Twitter tuja. Otherwise, it's been a very a grateful moment, a blessed moment to be in front of the camera. I must thank the entire team that has really brought me in this place. I thank you so much, and I call upon every worshiper to be in this place. Hallelujah. Yes. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye-bye.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, You see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans?
Yes.
When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, you know, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans.
Yes.
All those jeans have signs on the pockets.
Yes.
And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography.
Yes.
And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me.
Yeah.
You know, knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley,
Yes.
that's why you see those lines on my jeans.
Wow.
I brought two theories because they are just theories about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley.
Yes.
So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow.
Historically, furniture, woodworking has been passed on, carpentry has been passed on through apprenticeship. So that is the biggest challenge. You learn the skill, you don't get the business skill because the teacher wants to keep their customers.
Yes.
But then, due to the current development, we have the technical schools teaching carpentry. They're teaching the theoretical part, but they are indulging less business. And then the business methods they indulge in are also less practical.
Yeah.
They have been written in books. They have not been actually applied sometimes. So I think one needs to first of all learn the dynamics. Consider carpentry as a business, as a trade. And the rules of trade are the same regardless of which trade you're going in. We have standard rules that don't change. So currently, I think it is something I personally took upon myself, and in our kind of business, we do have apprentices, by the way. We do take in students. They learn, especially through the lockdown. We've had a lot of them coming in and to take on the skill. But we always give them 1 or 2 days in a month where they come into the selling desk and they get to see what it means to actually do the sale. You don't have to be on the planer all the time, on the circular saw. You need to know that after the circular saw, this customer doesn't know it exists. How do you inform them that it is the step that is going forward on their object? And then we've opened up the industrial part of carpentry to the customers. They're actually very thrilled when they see how these things are done.
Yeah, so you actually take them in and show them the process, like they say, process by process, process by process, how these things are going. Yeah. It is a creative industry talk. My name is Eddie Okila and welcome to the program. This is House of Talent Television, where we bring you issues that affect the person, the common person every single day, and we discuss it, dissect, and find answers to it. The Creative Industry Talk is a program that brings together the creative brains, a platform for every one of us to be able to think creatively, to discuss issues that affect us, but of course, discuss the products that we have in the market. How do we work with this? How do we create prices here, there, and what, those things. Everyone is creative in their, in their rights or in their way, or on their rights or on their way, depending on which English you use. But creativity exists in every single one of us. And when we're in school, they said, any mistake in art is creativity. So we were always taught the same, and the products we have in the market is meant to solve the problem. But are we looking at it that way? Do we make things look that way, or do we think creatively in every process that we have? To discuss this today on the program is the one and only David Okwi, is the founder and the shop manager of Oduka Stores. We still don't understand why he called himself the shop manager, But perhaps today we are going to understand this on the show. David, welcome to the program. Here we spread love like this. You need to do it correct. Yes.
I love it.
Yes. Welcome to the program, David.
Thank you, Kela, for hosting me.
Great. And we want to start from a lighter note, David, by first of all knowing you. Who is David Okwi in a nutshell? Where do you come from? What are you? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
Yeah, first of all, I will best describe myself as an internet entrepreneur.
Yeah.
That is as short as it can be. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I live and breathe the internet, and my livelihood solely comes from the internet. Yeah.
Wow. David, talking of the internet, living and breathing internet, growing up, where and which part of this country do you hail from?
So I grew up from Jinja, along the shores of the River Nile. Yes, just you know where the new bridge is? Yes, you know that industry there?
Yes.
Nighthall.
Yes.
Did you use Nighthall bedsheets?
All through, in even uniforms for high schools, we used to wear Nighthall.
Yes, yes. It's an incredible industry. So my dad used to work there, and used to stay around the estate just close to the industry. And I think I went once to swim on the river, riverbanks.
Where the hydroelectricity is produced, David?
On this side.
To commit suicide?
No, it was on this side of the reservoir, you know, where there is that lot of water.
Yes, yes.
So the water is kind of still, it doesn't move very fast, and so at the riverbanks you can actually swim.
Okay.
Yeah.
And talking of that, if I'm watching you from, let's say, Dallas in the US or in the UK, from anywhere, and I don't know where these places are from, you know, take us through your ancestry, you know, where do you hail from, which part of the country do you come from, what are the food they eat there, are they creative people, do they dig creatively or preserve food creatively, which part of this, what is your ancestry like, if you take us through it?
So Manitesot, my dad is from Komi, my mom is from Kapchora, around Sipi Falls, that side, yes.
You come from where there's beauty on yes.
Then I grew up in Jinja most of the time, studied in Jinja most of the time, then in my later teens I moved to Kampala, yes.
Okay, so the people of Kumi, in the eastern part of the country, if we would put it, for some of us who are from the outside countries, what food do they eat and how do they preserve food? Are they creative in this process? Do they
they're very creative.
What's the process like?
So Teso is a very dry place. That's the one thing that you need to understand. Yes, we have rains like the rest of the country, but for the most part it's a dry place. So people have to come up with ways of preserving food through the dry season so that they are able to have food, they don't starve. Teso actually has one of the best food preservation methods out there in the country. The foods that we eat is cassava, potatoes, and these are perishables, you get. But we have a way of drying them and then, putting them in the granary and making sure that during the dry seasons, people still are able to have food.
Wow. Yeah. Well, what is the history like behind the storage? I mean, somebody must have, of course, thought about the creative process of keeping the food for this longer period of time. I once was in Canada, and I realized that in Canada they preserve food for 6 months in the fridge during the cold season. 6 months in the fridge.
Yeah.
And that in Africa would be something else.
6 months in the fridge. Does the food taste good? I don't know.
Yes, everything is freezed. I mean, it's not really tasting good. So when we compare that creativity in France, in Canada and in many parts of the world to keep food, and in Teso, the eastern part of Uganda, like you've talked about, I just want to sort of like look at the creative processes, the wisdom of the elders. How did they come up with that, and how long will the food take when it's dried? For example, how long does it take? Can you package this food and sell? How do you sort of like go about
so
this?
I don't stay much in the village, but I've been there for some long periods of time, and I've learned from like my parents and my uncles and stuff. So I'll talk mostly about cassava and potatoes. Have you heard of amukeke?
Yes.
You've had it, eh?
Yes, I've actually eaten it. It's one of the best. I would call Uganda's best plate for breakfast. Yes.
So for people who don't know, amukeke is dried potatoes.
Yeah.
Yes, so they dry the potatoes, put them in the granary, and then you're able to, just take a few portions of the potatoes, then you boil them. And now when you boil them, put in a little bit of salt. You can also put in OD if you want. That is,
which is simsim paste.
Yeah, ginat or simsim paste, and then you take with chai mukalo.
Wow.
It's really the best
Which is black tea.
Yes.
Wow, so these guys have just given us, so this is a creativity coming from Teso.
Yeah.
I want to just take a moment to welcome everybody to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila. This morning I'm talking to, or this afternoon, this night, or this evening, depending which part of the world you are, I'm talking to David Okwi, who is, an internet breather and eater, if you would say it in a nutshell, as he said it. Entrepreneur. Is a man who think creatively using internet and creating stuff, and of course integration. Today in the program we want to discuss system integration. We're looking at the local content development. Everybody's talking about local content development. You've heard about local content development in oil and gas, but we're looking at local content development focusing on creative system integration, on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, Bubu. We are talking about this. And David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, which is an online platform. I would say is the Amazon of Uganda in the making, okay? And perhaps going to go Africa. We want to just understand this, David, from your point of view. Are you a creative mind? Do you look at yourself as a creative mind? Or what is creativity to you, first of all, to start with?
So I don't look at myself as a creative in the traditional sense of a designer or an artist or a painter, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I think that I'm creative, just like everybody else has to be creative. So to me, creativity speaks about using your imagination to solve problems. And that cuts across anyone, whether it is government or big corporations or small businesses or individuals or families and stuff. Yeah. So it is really using your imagination to solve problems. That is creativity in a nutshell.
Yeah. Let me take you a little bit back, David. Growing up, you obviously went through a traditional, educational system that we all go through in Uganda or in Africa, in most part of Africa.
Yeah.
But I want to just take you through a little bit. What is your background like?
In terms of education?
Yes.
I am an engineer by training or by education.
Yes. How did you become an engineer? Growing up, did you always see yourself as becoming one? How did you end up there?
I sort of gravitated more towards machines, objects, electronics and stuff. So naturally I leaned towards the engineering bit of it. I was fascinated by tech by the age of, let's say 12. Yes, and I grew up close to, like I said, my dad used to work in a textile industry, and sometimes I would have free tours to the factory. It's really huge. Like it is, I think, one of the biggest industries in East Africa.
Yeah.
So I would move around. It's like, I don't know, maybe 5 football pitches. Yeah, so you move around, you see machines doing lots of, fancy things and all. So I was really fascinated from an early age to admire and to love engineering. Yes.
Okay. So if somebody is looking at you now, would want to think that, that background shaped your way of becoming an engineer.
Yeah.
How did your parents look at it when growing up? Normally parents are very fascinated with certain things they want their children to do, or a certain way they want their children to become. What was like with your parents, your mother and father, when you decided to gravitate toward maths, physics and all these things?
Yeah, but my dad is an open-minded person. You literally just do whatever you want and whatever that you're really good at, and it's just there to pay the school fees.
You probably had the easiest, most, adorable dad.
Yes.
Not like ours. Some of us were always told you have to be a certain thing in life, and if you're not, it's a problem. And some were caned. Some of us who were left-handed, our hands were tied in the neck so that we can become right-handed.
Wow.
Yeah, so there are quite a lot of things that goes in there.
Yeah.
So David, growing up as a creative person, from the way we looked at you, you were more lean toward tech from a very young person age. Let's talk about, did you ever make wired cars?
Yeah.
In pursuit of becoming an engineer and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, everyone in an estate that I grew up in, literally the boys and the girls as well, they literally, everyone made their own toys using, these wires. Yeah. So we'll go to, these fences that are made from these wires. We'll screw that up, unscrew it, and then break the wires, and then use rubber. Tie it together, then use slippers, the slippers? Yes.
Cut the hole in the to make the tire.
Cut the hole, make the tire, and then there you go with your car. And they will really be strong. You could actually use them to fetch water, using these 5-liter jerrycans.
Wow. So the creativity in Africa springs from way back when we were children. The only thing is that our education system sort of cut that off our head when we started going to nursery school and primary school, and things changed. And some of us were never, good at becoming a creative person at some point, or some of us never made it. But the likes of Daudi Okwi, as we call him, have definitely been able to pursue that career and be where they are today. So David, we're talking about, you're on the creative industry talk, and we're talking about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We defined creativity from your perspective, but I want to just ask you, to you typically, what is the process of a person being creative?
What is the process? The process starts with a problem. Look at the problem that you're trying to solve, and then find ways of solving that problem in the most cost-effective way possible, using the materials, using the skills that you already possess. So if you're working with people, you have to organize people around you to come together to solve a common problem. And
when we talk about creativity from a point of creating a product, and or a brand or a product, you obviously have been into the process of creating one for yourself. And you have one in the process. Typically, take us through that. How do you start and where do you start from? Because everybody, we believe, is creative. But the level of creativity varies. Some are very intuitive in their process, others are very slow in their process. Some people need a kickstart at the back, and you just kick them up and they start waking up and they start doing it by making life hard for them, like COVID-19 came and gave some of us a butt kick, and we're doing it. And some just do it easily. But to you, did it come just naturally, easily?
I like how you described it. There is no one way of reaching the creative path. It can be chaotic, it can be organized, it can be forced, it can be out of coercion and hard times. Can come from all angles. But I'll talk about the Onduka experience, literally, how we started the Onduka store and how we got here. We started right before lockdown in 2020, just when the coronavirus had started. At that time, online shopping was still something that was taking off. Some people would do online shopping, others wouldn't. But when the coronavirus came, we didn't start a Onduka store because of the coronavirus, but it found us. It found us right at the beginning of the incubation. But so how we started, how we approached the problem is that, we realized there's a lockdown, there's a restriction in movement, people couldn't go to shops, and we decided to launch the store online, mostly. We had a physical store, but we said let's concentrate online first. And then when you launch an online store, there are basically a number of things that you have to nail. You have to nail a way of people discovering you and finding you, because it is not like a store that people walk in and then find your products. You have to find a way of storing your goods. You have to find a way of delivering the product to the customer. You have to find a way of people paying you eventually. And then you have to find a way of managing customer relations or customer care. So we had all these facets, and we needed to bring them together and put them in a product or a service that could work in this market at that time. So COVID helped us in a way because it accelerated the trend towards online shopping. For the very first time, some people made an order online for the very first time. Yes. Not because they wanted.
Because COVID gave them a kick.
Because, as you said, the creative process, that kick, you know, it forced them to make purchases online for the very first time. And when you do something for the very first time and it works, it becomes a part of you. You say, oh, okay, this thing actually works. And then before you know it, it becomes a lifestyle, becomes the norm, it becomes the new normal. You realize, this is how it should work. It should have been this way all along.
Wow.
So, yes, the hard times accelerated our creativity as well. And it helped us reach that goal. Yes, so we just had to play around with delivery, make sure that the product reaches the customer as early as possible, make sure that we had convenient payment methods. You could either pay cash on delivery or you could use mobile money. So we had very flexible payment methods that were convenient to the customer. We were not rigid at all. So yeah, that's how it worked for them.
Wow. Well, you're hearing David Okwi right here on the Creative Industry Talk. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will dive into the discussion of, local content development, focusing on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. David will define that, his understanding of that a little bit, but then we dive into our main discussion today, which is system integration. He's talked about mobile money and his system and how it works and how they started. We want to know, how do you integrate all of these things together, and how can we, the creative people who create products like David, begin to use the system and integrate the system to be able to, sell products without you having to go there should coronavirus continue, should we go into another lockdown, how do you deal with it? Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okwi, we'll be right back after the break.
When we start the Baimba Festival, or starting Baimba in general, for me it took me like 3 years of thought, of thinking. And as I went to Kitobero, I went to Uganda, I traveled around East Africa, and one of the reasons actually which I rarely talk about was when I was traveling around Lake Victoria. I was doing a documentary about the lives of the people who live around the LVB, the Lake Victoria Basin. Yes. I went to Kisumu, I went to Mwanza, and I realized actually all these people have so much in common, but they know little about each other. Yeah. Yet they are all surviving on this same lake. Yes. So for me it was very interesting to kind of also brought back like the arts are the same. Mm-hmm. The arts were the same because we realized that we are all feeding onto each other. The musicians, the theater, the dance, the painters, and the writers. But we all had our own ways. We were separate, everyone is doing their own thing. And I think bringing them together in one place was a creative process to kind of cultivate that space that was missing. So I think this is for me where I could see the processes of really going through the idea, understanding it, convincing yourself, finding the value, finding the strategic, the impact it's going to create, add on to the industry. And also when, like at Baimba, when we are going through our creative processes of thinking about strategically what are we going to do, it takes quite some time when you have conversations with your staff, your colleague, the sector. Sometimes we ask people questions 1 month after the other, and sometimes I feel, so I'm like, okay, and they don't feel like Baimba is asking us too much, But I think it's important for us because we need to understand why are we doing what we're doing? How are we going to improve? And how can we do better? Where did we go wrong? And of course, sometimes you get some, advice, which is not, liked, but at the same time, it's good for you to hear it from the people that you're serving. So that process for me, it's important. And to be innovative at the end of the day, you have to be impactful. You have the product has to be useful to the people that it's going to serve.
Okay. Faisal, fear is the greatest enemy of innovation.
Yeah.
And quite often, most people start their thinking to create something. The innovation of, I want to innovate something, they think I want to innovate this kind of solution. And most times, somebody asks and says, do you have the money to start this thing? Do you know this takes a lot of money to do this? And before we know it, we shelve the idea and we don't do something about it.
Yeah.
How do we overcome that, given your experience from going around the Lake Victoria basins in 3 years of trying to create Baimba, and who was, by the way, funding you? Because that's another problem that we often have. The fear of not having the money will kill the innovation. You can stay with something which is very good for so long just because you don't have the money, or you don't know how to go about it, or you fear you will fail.
Yeah, I think I'm a student of failure, and I think it's very important as innovators to study failure because it's a very good beginning of building courage.
Okay.
If you don't fail, then you can't be stronger. And people can tell you that the first Baimba was a failure, and it was a big lesson for me because I totally failed. My friend told me, I'll not mention him, he told me, Faisal, this brand is dead. Because, and I was like, yeah, you're right, but I'll prove you wrong.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online stores in Uganda that is selling electronic products. And of course, he's on the show today to discuss Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We are focusing on local content production, but we're going to gear our production, rather our discussion towards, system integration. You've heard from David, how they've created the Oduka and how they were able to sell things online. And some Ugandans being able to order things for the first time online. And if you're one of those who want to hear from you, what was your experience like? Share it with us far and wide. We'd like to hear from you. David, welcome back to the program. I want to just take a moment to read some comments from some people here, David, that has come in the middle of the show. We just want to hear from them and what are they saying. I'll start first with a gentleman here and says, that's my OB from Nameliango. David Okwi has always been a young man who is creating things and trying things. Thanks, kudos, David. And I have another one here saying, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi to the show. He's always been a very creative mind. He's a brilliant mind in the IT world. I think we need to harness people like David on that topic of system integration. I want to ask David, how did you start creating your own product and bringing your own product out? How did it work? I know you've shared a bit about it, but it's not easy, man, trying something new. David, you've had that coming out there for you. And another person says, Eddie Killer, thank you very much for the program. I would like to know how Ugandans are using technology to harness the new normal of COVID-19 going forward. I know you talked about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, but sometimes Ugandans' content, rather products, are so weak that when you see them on the shelf versus the one that is brought from China, you better not going for the one from China. I think, David, we've discussed this before.
Yeah.
Yes, and of course, how we're talking about it. That basically launches us to our discussion today, David.
Yeah.
Buy Uganda, build Uganda. We've been talking about this, and everybody's talking about local content. In the oil and gas, they're talking about local content.
Right.
Now, what is local content development to you?
Okay. So I'll start with a quote, somebody said that Africa is the only continent that produces what it doesn't consume and consumes what it doesn't produce.
Yes.
There's truth in it, actually. And that is what we want to change, or what we should change with Bobo. In essence, we should be consuming what we produce and produce what we consume, not the other way around. You don't produce stuff, send it to China, China, creates a product out of it and sells back to you, and you're not really creating enough value out of your raw materials, right? Yes. So with Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, you're literally saying, okay, can we consume what we produce for the very first time? What that does is that you create enough value for everyone in the economy, and you create a lot of opportunities and prosperity for everyone.
Wow. Wow, Ben, you heard it from David. And David, we want to just, just a moment to tell everybody, if you're having a problem with your internet, streaming on Facebook or go to our website, www.houseoftalentuganda.com, or go to our YouTube, House of Talent TV, and you'll be able to have no problem at all as the government of Uganda continue to negotiate its way with Facebook. Sometimes it can be very disturbing. So for all of you guys, we're live on Facebook, on Twitter. We're live on our own website, okay? www.houseoftalentug.com. Or you go to YouTube, subscribe, share it far and wide. David, that's a nice description of that. So when we're talking about local content, Buy Uganda and Build Uganda,
right,
do you think that we have been able to, Ugandans understand this, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda?
Yeah.
Do they understand? And if yes, to what extent?
So there are two different Ugandans in this spectrum here. You have the consumers and then you have the producers, and both of them need each other, and they need to understand this concept for this thing to work. If I'm a producer and I'm creating stuff and there is no one who is consuming, then it doesn't make sense at all. And the other way around, if I'm a consumer buying things from outside and not buying the stuff that the producers in the economy are creating, then it doesn't make sense. So it is two sides of the same seesaw that needs to work together in order to make this really work.
Okay. And we've had people from the Ministry of Trade talk about this. But there's also an outcry out there, like you've had somebody already asking you a question, saying that it's nice to talk about Ugandan local content, but he's saying that when you look at a Ugandan local content on the shelf versus the product brought from Kenya, he would go for the one from Kenya. He said the one in Uganda is not very enticing. Which takes us to branding and product development and communication, which is a discussion we've set to have with an expert coming in at some point into the program as we progress in discussion of the local content. But specifically, how were you able to package your product, locally made here, package your product and be able to sell to people, even though some of them are imported products?
Yeah, so to respond to that user, that's a consumer right there, saying that, yes, I want to buy your stuff that people in the economy are producing, but they don't live up to my standards. They don't live up to my expectations. And since we are living in a free market economy where people are willing to, pay willingly with their money, they are, they're just going to sidestep your product and they're going to buy the product that they think fits their standards. So once again, it goes back to both the consumer and the producer. The producer has to meet up to the standards of the consumer. So if the consumer wants, let's say, this coffee up to a certain standard, if that coffee doesn't meet my standard, I'm not going to buy it. Right? Yes, you're putting your hard-earned money and your time and whatnot, but it doesn't meet my standard. And since we are living in a free market economy where no one is coerced to buy a certain product, then you're going to lose out. So the producers have to meet that standard that the consumers are expecting at the price that they want it.
Wow. David, I want to read something coming in for you. Somebody has said, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the program. I like what David Ukwi is talking about, but I want to know, when I go to Oduka stores, the branding looks really deep, and most people in Uganda, when they create products, they spend a lot more time in creating the products and not the look and feel of the product. How was he able to, come up with that mindset to create something that looks like this? It's not a typical Ugandan website where you go there and the branding is looking so weird and not good. Perhaps a lesson can be picked from David Ukwi. What did he live abroad, or was he working with some people abroad, or the website is basically designed abroad? That's the question there for you, David. Yes.
No. The website is designed and developed strictly from Uganda by Ugandans, and I'm actually part of the team, the developers. But I think you heard Jeremy Banyanzi here. Yes, was saying about branding and all that. And I liked his talk. And basically it boils down to a brand is your promise. What are you promising the customer, right? And can you live up to that promise? That's what it is. It is, brand is who you are. It speaks a lot about you as an individual first and foremost, and what you're bringing out to the market. Yes, when you look at for example, the House of Talent branding, which I absolutely love and adore, it's delivering a certain promise, it's delivering a certain message, and it's saying we are here and we are all about local content, we are all about local talent, and we are here to develop really great content that is informative, that is there to build the country and the nation. That is what a brand is, more than the colors and all these cosmetics that come to augment that brand. Yes.
Well, we're talking to David Ukwi, and you're on the Creative Industry Talk. We're discussing local content development. Of course, it's a broad topic. Everybody is talking about local content development. But products out of Uganda, locally we are creating these products. Who is consuming them? Can they stand the test of time? Do they have the value? Can we export this product going forward? That's what we're talking about. We want to dive more deep into this topic with David Ukwi, talking about system and e-commerce and system integration. David, a lot of times we've discussed so many things about e-commerce. COVID-19, of course, came and opened up the door for this to work in Uganda.
Right.
We were forcefully taken into a lockdown, and somehow the president kept saying, use border borders to buy things, buy vegetables from there.
Yeah.
And it started to work out slowly, deliveries are there and there. But the downsides of some of these things that we're talking about was ability for the money to move from one end to the next. There are times when the mobile money system is completely down. You send your money, and then the mobile telecom guys tells you, you call customer care service, we will work on this thing in 24 hours. You have food, you need food, and this deliverer or the producer of the product is not going to deliver the product to you because you need food, you're in the lockdown, and you're being told 48 hours. It brings a question to mind, David. What is e-commerce? Is it understood in the African context, for example? In Europe, we understand, but in Africa, is it understood? And let's zero down to Uganda.
Yeah, we have to contextualize it. The way that Amazon works is not going to be the way, it will never work in Uganda here, because you have certain infrastructure that allows for Amazon to work in the US or in Europe. You have the postal, the post office system, you have the good housing structure with plot numbers, and you have a delivery system, logistics network already built in there. You have a payment method powered by Visa and credit card. There is a whole infrastructure that has already been laid for hundreds of years, way before Amazon even came into the market. And for us, we have managed to leapfrog some of those things. For example, we don't have a telephone system. Do you have a telephone at home? the the landline.
Yes, yes. Which is wireless, it's chargeable, it can go off.
Yeah.
The traditional one we had with UTL is no longer working as it used to be. Yes.
So we leapfrogged the telephone system as we know it to mobile phones. Yeah. It does the same thing. It's all about communication. Excuse me. It does exactly the same thing. So here we have borders which are really agile and fast. They can cut through jam, and they know the local places and all that. In Europe, you probably have vans and all trucks.
Even
and
riders
that,
themselves.
and
Yes.
Exactly. So we have different sorts of infrastructure, and we have to find ways that we have to design systems that work with the existing infrastructure. Yes, and that is what e-commerce or Duka is trying to do and adapt. Where we don't have payment system like Visa, can we use alternative payment methods that the customer can still use, right? And we've actually seen a lot of progress and success in adoption of, say, cash on delivery and mobile money on delivery. Yes. So somebody is not going to pay upfront on mobile money, but they're going to wait until the delivery guy comes, and then they pay using mobile money. Then you ask yourself, why did they pay?
Earlier before using mobile money, yes.
On the website.
Yeah.
But this is the economy. This is your customer. The customers prefer that they see the product or the package, you have arrived, okay, now let me pay. Okay. Because trust isn't yet built for online businesses. There are a lot of shady guys out there. They can fleece you, they can, run away with your money. What are you going to do? And it has happened. So people are skeptical. The trust system is still built in, and stores like Oduka are coming up to rebuild that trust and say, okay, you can trust us. You can order and pay online, and then your order will come.
Yeah.
Yes. So those are some of the things that we are trying to do in the market. Yeah.
David, there has been a very serious issue here in the market before. In fact, it's an ongoing challenge as we speak right now. The banking system versus the mobile system.
Yeah.
Somehow COVID-19 came in and people were not working, and a lot of people were not earning.
Yeah.
But already it was a problem that was brewing there.
Yeah.
That the economy started slowing down because of politics and elections and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's been going on for some time.
Yeah.
People started to, high taxation started to make people keep money in their bedrooms or in their, under their beds.
Yeah.
Or some in a box. And then of course the high rate of corruption in the public system have also, sort of like made it difficult for people to put money in the bank.
Yeah.
Now, there's a time when people are not putting money in the bank. There's a time when you put your money in the bank, and then when you want to use your money, they make it very difficult for you to use the money.
Yeah.
And then there's a time when you have money, you want to bank it.
Yeah.
And then the banking system using mobile money you have on mobile money to put in the bank is also giving you a time. So people get frustrated. And you know what? Let me just keep my money, because why am I struggling with this? When I put my money in the account, they make life difficult for me to get it. When I finally give them my money, they make life difficult for me. My hands just keep my money there.
Yeah.
This has been going on for some time.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating for a customer who is trying to buy goods and services, online.
Yeah.
You have been a system developer and an IT person and a software developer. We want to know from you, if I am a creative mind and I've created a product, say for example, Okela Health and Services, my service is about making people fit, health and fit, and I want to be able to record a video and send it to that person.
Yeah.
And when the lockdown, somebody is in Nigeria, just want to pay.
Yeah.
That's another discussion altogether. The world doesn't trust a Nigerian visa and all this stuff. You talked about trust issues.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for me. How do we build trust and continue to build a system that is more harmonious in a way that I can bank my money easily, I can use my money as and when I want,
Yeah.
I can buy goods and services as I want, because what you've talked about there is basically typically come back to this frustrations around the systems. How do we make this work?
So I'll start by saying that money is just information.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we say, when the bank says, when you go into your bank account and you see maybe 50M, right? It's not like the bank has your 50M, a stack of cash, 50M somewhere in the corner. That's not what it is. It's just information. It's just saying we owe you 50M. That is all. Probably that money has already been lent.
Yeah, but I'm a border man. I've taken my sack. I have given you my money with the sack in there.
That the bank is going to lend it to somebody else. It's never going to stay in the bank at all. Money is information. It's just digits, right, in a database in the banking system that says, well, we owe Eddie Okila 50M, and we should be able to give it to him whenever he wants. So when you go and withdraw that money, you're basically just liquidating, you're converting those digits into hard cash. If at all you want the hard cash, if you're paying for something online or at the counter, we are just converting, we're just transferring those digits from one system to another. So the most flexible system should actually be money, because it's just digits, it's just information. Ironically, it's not. It's very hard to move money, probably for a lot of reasons, money laundering, trust issues, regulation, and all that. But again, this is where creativity comes in. The banks need to be creative around how can we make money fluid. It should flow freely like information. You know, when you go to your Twitter stream and you see, you know, the feed flowing with content and news and images and all that, it should really be fluid, because money is just information. It's just digits. That is all. Of recent, we've seen the emergence of agent banking, which has sort of improved and made processes a lot more faster. Yes, the banking system is built on a very rigid and expensive system or setup. You know, a banking hall has all these sophistications built in, the design of the banking hall, the security, the tellers, the what. And whenever a bank is going to open up a branch in a certain location, there's a lot of investment that has to go in before they do. So they do the math and maybe they don't open a branch somewhere or not. So agent banking reduces all those costs associated with opening up a branch in a particular location. Yes, and it uses agents or people that have a stripped down version of a bank in locations that are closer and more convenient to people. Mostly to, I would say, liquidate money. When you need to go to the bank, you want to withdraw to have the hard cash. Yes. Otherwise, if money is left to be solely digital, then you probably don't need a banking hall at all. If you want to pay for something, that can be done digitally or electronically. If you want to, I don't know what is money used for. It's basically for paying for goods and services, right? And that is just a matter of, you know, deducting your bank account and crediting my bank account. And that can be done electronically.
You make it look sound easy, David, but
that's what it is.
Yeah, but it's not as easy as that, because sometimes I know you've talked about the agent banking, and the agent banking has come in this era and time. But people are not trusting. You know, in some incidents in Kenya, we've had the agent banker being attacked and being robbed, and the process money is lost. And this in Kenya has happened before. It's stabilized. It's more stable in Kenya than it is in Uganda. In Uganda, it's just beginning to take effect. Some of this creativity we're talking about in the financial sector. In Tanzania, it's almost the same. In East Africa, it's almost the same. But there's this old fear that, what if my money I give to David, who is an agent banker, and he doesn't get there? What sort of system does the bank and the agent banking person have that sort of like give me security that that thing you're talking about digitally, if it's punches like this and I give 10 million to the agent banker, and how quickly is this money going to, or how quickly is this, what kind of system do they have to this money to reflect on my bank account, so that when I log on to whatever app I have for banking system, I'm able to see money immediately?
Right.
What kind of system that we should be looking into to sort of like build our neutralize our fear?
All right. So I'm not a banker, I'm not in a banking system, but this is what I know. Before you probably become a banking agent, you will have to go through a verification process. You'll have to send in the paperwork. Maybe you have to be registered, your national ID, you know, things that prove that you are an authentic person, you are a citizen, and you do legitimate business. So before you sign up to being an agent, you're going to have to go through that verification. Then number two, during transactions themselves, when I go and deposit money to an agent, to a banking agent, I'm going to get a receipt, number one, and then number two, I'm going to get an SMS on my phone that says, okay, this transaction has been validated, it has been authenticated, money is in your account. And then you as an individual, before you leave, you probably have your banking app there. You can go and check your bank balance and verify that, yes, money is now deposited on your account. So these are all checks and balances that the banks and their agents can implement to make sure that, you know, they earn trust from the customers that, you know, this system works and that their money is secure. That is really very important.
David, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be discussing one thing. In fact, 4 questions which we're going to be discussing to wrap up this. It's going to be about system integration, but we're talking to David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online platform in Uganda that started a few years ago and is building, and people are able to buy electronic gadgets from there online, seeing that they order and is delivered to them. It's something that is new, something that is working. It's a local content created in Uganda to make life easier for you to order electronics, genuine electronic stuff. Of course, you can go and check them out on duka.stores.com. You'll be able to find a lot more information from there. And of course, we're talking about local content development in Uganda, focusing our discussion on, system integration. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. System integration. What does it mean to say buy Uganda and build Uganda? And how do we integrate system to be able to make sure that some of the things we're talking about is actually feasible, is working, and it's consumable for a consumer out there, but also it's usable for a producer out there of the product. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Edio Killer, David Okwi. We'll be right back after the break.
Of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind.